Well, hello everyone. Hey, hey. Blues with the 19 months in a row of Tier 1. Bonkers. We're so close to that 2 years, which is insane. Completely insane. And yes, this dude, it is already 4 o'clock Eastern Time, which means it's 4 a.m. on the other side of the world. And Xiao, we appreciate you being here. Good lord, before we hop into the game though, quite an chill day in the games news world, wasn't it? Holy moly. Holy moly. I'm glad y'all were keeping track of it, because I was at work and missed all of the things. And Xbox and Bethesda decided to just completely steamroll. Just completely steamroll. So I tried to take a look at what I could before we started upstream. But a few games got announced. A lot of history games got announced. Right, I mean, we got Redfall being kind of historical. I mean, there's a museum, and there's a town in Massachusetts. So, like, it's not historical. Freaking Hollow Knight Silksong, we finally took off the clown makeup. It's here, it's happening, it didn't get cancelled. Plague Tale Requiem, which looks visually like it's set in Spain? Spain, question mark? Arc 2, because apparently that's a game that has a sequel. A new historical strategy game, Civ-like, Ara History Untold. Pentiment, a murder mystery set in the 16th century with medieval manuscript stylings. Yeah, also Arc 2 has Vin Diesel. Like, I know he's a nerd, but like, what? It's just Vin Diesel, doing like a Vin Diesel action movie shot. In a video game. And then, the Persona games coming to PC again. What? There is so much here. There's so... what is the next 12 months? Full list. Oh yeah. Also, another thing, Naraka Bladepoint was a game we saw... that's been on my radar for a while. It's a Battle Royale wuxia film game. Stuff. Let's see. What else? Pentiment we already got, Plague Tale Requiem. The more ESO stuff, I don't care about that. Flintlock? Flintlock, being this, like, weird, like, pseudo-colonialism era fantasy-ish something, question mark? Looks like it's trying to set itself in, like, vaguely the 18th century, but also fantasy. And that's not the first game in the last couple of years that's decided that the 18th century specifically is the right time to be fantasy, and I'm not sure I'm on board with it. Let's see, what else happened? What else did we get? Last Case of Benedict Fox is Lovecraftian, 1920s-ish. So, there's that. Looks like that's it for right now. Looks like it's it for right now. What's the new Team Ninja game, Blues? I didn't see that one. God, there's so many history games. Or is... by the new Team Ninja game, do you mean Senua's Saga? Do you mean Hellblade Senua's Saga? Because that... oh no, that's Ninja Theory. That's the other ninja. Oh, Well Long Fallen Dynasty. The game that is about ninjas, not the game developed by a team named Ninja. Got it, yes. Well Long Fallen Dynasty. I didn't see the trailer for that, but he did post it, so, you know, there's that. This is either going to be really bad news, chat, or it's going to be really good news. It's bad news because, like, I was supposed to be doing real things this fall. Like, I'm in school. I'm still in school. And I'm supposed to work. I'm supposed to be applying to doctoral programs. And then they keep releasing all these new games. And then, yeah, second installment of Blackhaven's supposed to be sometime this fall. You're right. What is that name? Cassius? I think it's named Cassius. Like, there's a lot of games. I hope you weren't expecting me to go back and play old games. Like, I don't know, Kingdom Come Deliverance, more Crusader Kings, Skyrim. I hope you weren't expecting any of that, because they keep releasing new games. Yay. God, I mean, it's thrilling, right? It's so cool to see all this oomph for historical stuff coming up. At the same time, and to see some, like, cool new stuff, right? Steel Rising and Nightingale are both look super interesting as things we've seen, later. Or seen earlier. We've got another Steam Next Fest next week, I think? Wait, let me check on that. When is the next Fest? Yeah. Oh, heck. Tomorrow. The next Steam demo reel thing starts tomorrow. Oh no. So yeah, there's gonna be a bonus stream this week. We're gonna have like a just chatting stream, I think, later this week. Friday? What does my Friday look like? It might be Friday. Well, we're just gonna like go over all the news, take a look at all those demos, just see what's happening in the field. Because apparently that's the thing we need to do. Okay, sure, that's happening. So, yeah, I know, right? If only the game industry could just stop. I'm not ready. I need a bit to get my feet gathered underneath me and figure out what the heck I'm doing. Not just keep releasing more games. Because, yeah, there's so much. I need to just sit up. Right, I need to just, like, sit down and take a look at what's coming out in the next, like, 6 months. And let's just, like, plan some things that we definitely want to do, some things we might miss, and let's just, like, talk through that on, like, Friday. Alright? Does that sound like a plan? Then on Friday we'll just, like, do that. Just, like, in the daytime. We'll do that, like, noon or something. Like, super early. Oh god, wait. Wait, is that when they're fixing my air conditioner? Oh, hell. Oh, well, stay tuned. We'll figure something out. If you're not on the Discord yet, do that. Follow me on Twitter, all that stuff to know what's happening. I don't have time anymore. Because, you know, while I've got you here and we're talking about all the crazy nonsense, this is a great time to talk about what's happening this summer, because we're close enough now that it's kind of happening, for sure. So I'm going to be traveling in Europe for 6 weeks, from the end of June through to the middle of August. That means things here are going to be a bit funky. I will give you details as I figure them out, because I have not done that, but we're going to try and keep streaming at least irregularly, right? Probably some just chatting stuff, trying to get some interview stuff, some kind of stuff that requires less internet than big hefty games. But that does also mean the scheduling is going to be completely bonkers. Because I'm going to be on different time zones. And even if I try and do it in the evenings in Europe time, exactly, right, Jeremiah, I'm going to IMC Leeds. And I've got another conference in August in Finland. So, yeah, I'm going to be traveling a whole bunch, and that means stream schedules here are going to be bonkers. We're going to try and keep doing stuff on the channel. We'll see what's possible with my different internet, but like we may kind of backpedal, take it easy for a few weeks, and try and just like, I don't know, do like JRPGs or something. Like something fun, lots of references, not a lot of hard-hitting analysis. But yeah, I mean that's going to be a thing. So stay tuned. The goal is that we're going to be trying to do like at least like once a week at least. But we'll see. It depends on who I have, where I am, how much space I have, and how much internet I have. So yeah, just be flexible. And if you're not yet, do make sure you're on the Discord. Just so that, you know, as I figure things out, I will announce it there. I will try and also update here on Twitch, but, you know, might be tricky. If you're watching the VOD on YouTube, you will probably not notice a change because I am so sorry, YouTube. And there are I'm still gonna try and get some videos done before I leave to release them over the summer, so you're drip-fed content. But, you know, that's no different than normal existence, so YouTube, you won't notice the difference. You don't have to worry about it. Anyway, yeah, let's put a pin in the let's put a pin in the game's news. We'll let the rest of it come out. We'll check up at Next Fest. But sometime later this week, Friday, Saturday, we'll just sit down and we'll talk through all of that. Okay? Okay. Now. Hooray! Now, let's, you know, get started with Great Ace Attorney? Let's get started with Great Ace Attorney. That's a thing. We're gonna finish up case 3 of Resolve today, which means we got some juice to do. Like, we're picking up with juice and we're just gonna have crazy stuff happening the entire time. The Deduction, the Sheep Panic, the Great Stink. What year is it? What year is it? But yes, if you enjoy this, do make sure you follow the channel and tell a friend, right? If everyone in chat right now told one other person, got them to join, we'd be breaking records. We'd be pushing pretty close to our records for regular streams. And it's worth it because we're doing some pretty interesting discussions today. Right? Because we're going to keep talking a lot about steampunk. Because we're at the point in the game where we can really start seeing why they're using steampunk, right? In a game that's otherwise very historically grounded, that is stuffed with references and weirdly, like, obscure, difficult, high-effort references. They throw in, like, Iris Wilson, who's just steampunk magic girl. But that's okay, right? We can examine that and take a look at it. And turns out that there actually, I think, is a reason for that, and a really strong thematic grounding for it. But also it does some weird things, right? There's some weird interplay in the media that is worth picking apart. So we're gonna try and do that while I am bad at voice acting, and also we are, broadly speaking, confused about everything. Alright? Let's do it. Nope. Every time. Every single time. I haven't done this in a hot second, where I hit the new game button on an accident. And yet, we just did it again. Let's just do that. Alright, for real this time. Here we are. We are in the workshop charlatan, magician, engineer, Enoch Drebber. Trying to figure out what the heck is anything. Well, this looks suspicious. Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, would you say? It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. I've no doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. Oh. Oh yeah. Chat, my upper back agrees with that sentiment greatly. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Ah. Would you like a massage? No, I'm fine, thank you. Okay, Xiao. For this case, we are using the alternate costumes. We're going to swap back to the regular costumes for cases 4 and 5, because I think the emotional impacts get worsened by the alternate costumes. But, yeah. This is his kitsune costume of his Japanese jumbo. That is his alternate costume. Susato and Ryunosuke also have alternate costumes that kind of slap. I had no idea it was such a grand thing. As I said, Susato's outfit kind of slaps. I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than meet conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madame. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. He's not going to let that go, is he? It's curious though, isn't it? You'd expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. Well, Iris has a sword alternate outfit, but it's her, like, going out into the city outfit, not an actual alternate outfit. It's just her going out, like, you put on your overcoat and your hat when you go outside. Iris puts on her weird leather aviator hood. What on earth is this? An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day scientists believe it will allow humans to freely fly in the skies. I mean, it's close. Okay, so thank you for stopping by as long as you can. The VOD will be here. We appreciate you. And hopefully we'll be able to make time zones work for you a bit better soon. Is that how the trick will be described, is it? Sorry? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Oh, well, this model is, yes, but a real airplane would actually fly high in the sky. Well, suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in midair unsupported. So to hear the solution is ever taller towers? That plane is totally anachronistic. It's definitely still an early style, but right, the fact that Ryunosuke immediately jumps to it being metal is weird, because, you know, most early gliders at this point, because there are gliders at this point, but they're all made of fabric and wood. Oh, Magistrissa, Ryunosuke absolutely would love sci-fi B-movies. The problem is he'd believe half of them. He'd be suspicious of, like, all the things that are unimportant, and believe all the things that you actually really shouldn't. I'm sorry, Miss Naruhodo, that machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it, from the Crown and the government. Ah, yes, that stopped them. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. It's quite hollow inside. Networking parts of devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. The Miss Strange dropped on the floor and nothing, not even about for Toby here, my dear fellow. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Miss Susato. This is... It's a European-style quiver of arrows, with steel bolts inside. Oh, do you suppose... Crossbow bolts, please. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds. In other words... Yep. That's more evidence to support your theory. All this to show that Rebel was one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam. Leaving the metal aside, if the airplane is considered to be a speculative technology, we are maybe in... maybe before 1905. You are absolutely correct, Eagleize. If it is still speculative, that means we are before Kitty Hawk. Which means... but we can't be much before Kitty Hawk, because... right, we're in the point where there's a bunch of competitions and a bunch of competing theories for it. Which means we're probably, as usual, last decade of the 1800s, somewhere before 1905. Kitty Hawk was 03, so, yeah. I mean, that pushes it even earlier. Yay! Yay! It's... confirming the idea, right, that we are in 1899 on a technicality. It is a technicality, but it is still 1899. This doesn't want to open. Yeah, there's like a little pretty hefty lock on it. There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I can have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission, and no one's given it to you. Grayson looked as though he really enjoyed that. Well, there's no sign of anybody on the other side. No, the driver must have fled at the first sign of danger. Oh. Is something wrong, Mr. Sato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it? Did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it and all. What do you reckon, Toby? There's Toby. There's Toby. No. No. What a good boy. Right, mind the grace. I will. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard. Oh my, someone is in there. This rotten bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago, if only with countenance I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine, I'll take the rap for it. Just get us through the blasted door. There! You may enter at will. You've confused minutes with seconds, I think. Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow. Yes? Okay, but... Chat, are you ready for Sholmes to hit new levels of Sholmes? Oh god, yes. What happened in here? Why is everything upside down? Rats, there ain't no one in here at all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises. Maybe that was the sound of Draper running away. But there's only one door to this room. I know windows that can inform escape room. Those skylights are too high. What's that up there? Are they footprints on the ceiling? Blimey, what have we been at? Looks like someone was trying to burn something in our area. Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints. To what? To Professor Hebrain's barmy machine, is it? Blimey, if we had these, there'd be no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There's something of great interest here, too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. Your rope? What's significant about that? Never mind. You see, but you do not observe Mr. Naruhodo. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly, before this forensic investigation team arrive too. There's no denying it, is there? The footprints. Yes, it would appear so. And I simply can't imagine how they came to be there. Isn't there a Susato shoot up or something? Like a Susato takedown, I mean. And no Wonder Woman is not hello, That would make her almost superhuman, I suppose. Almost every piece of furniture is upside down. Even Mr. Stone's suite isn't ever in this much of a mess. You're in no position to comment on mess, Mr. Naruhodo. But I suppose it's not quite the same thing, is it? I mean, it's not messy in here per se, it's that everything is literally upside down. But why? Nah, I'm sure that's unimportant. That's a very large safe. I don't suppose even Mr. Sholmes could open that lock. Although if you were a thief, you could just steal the entire thing, I suppose. It's bolted to the floor to prevent exactly that sort of underhand trick, Mr. Naruhodo. Well then, you could just steal the floor as well, I suppose. Sorry, but you really aren't making any sense at all. Anyway, I think we can agree that whatever is inside must be very important. This isn't a time bomb. Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this? Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. It looks like a bundle of... Ah! Miss Susato, what's the matter? That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it? What? Did you say? Time bomb? Oh, sorry, but... What is a time bomb exactly? Ah! You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo. But won't take that as a compliment. Ha! You don't know nothing, do you, Otto? You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina? I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance. Oh, well, thank goodness, but then, what is it? I see. So, that's it. Goodness. Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter? That is what I consider my lot most unfair. For I'm afraid never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. But, I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Mr. Zato. Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming. Is it a hyper-realistic cake? It is better than hyper-realistic cake. Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first, is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself. Oh, but how could you? And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is, without question, completely genuine. Please, Mr. Schultz, you must explain everything. It would be a pleasure. After all, it is the great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade. Oh, poor Gregson. Well, Inspector Grayson seems delighted with the idea anyway. Oh, you deflated the Inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Schultz. Well done. You're too kind, my dear madame. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Currently stand just there, Miss Susato. Oh, yes, I'd be delighted. So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Holmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Flipped furniture. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, or falling straight down onto the floor. Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that... Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. Further gravity in this room was reversed and then suddenly restored to normality. Goodness! The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Mr. Susato. I too was incredulous at first. However, my conviction and analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact. But then why does it have a clock in it? A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber, before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. I've witnessed precisely the scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Oh my god, Jones did the "it was revealed to me in a dream" bit. Yep. Yep. Now, let's consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the gracefully we have to explain his actions is above our heads. Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling? A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madame. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there's but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is. Ah. Whee! By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way. But the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently?
Bubbles are banana. Do not handle old-timey dynamite without protective equipment. It is made of nitroglycerin and sawdust. With time, the nitroglycerin oozes out and is harmful to the touch as it can pass through the skin. Can also be detonated unpredictably by impact or heat. Thank you, Agalaeus Phoenicius or Phoenicius, for the public service announcement. Generally speaking, anything that is based with a nitrous compound is unsafe to be handling without lots of protective equipment and or just not handling it.
Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. The man's cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution. Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? But April went into the wall. The man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling, which explains how Trevor was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the flow of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Gina is completely unbothered. I think she checked out like 10 seconds in and just was playing with Toby. Susato, no, wait. Susato, I know that face. Did you drink the Kool-Aid? She's completely spellbound. Mr. Scholz, there is just one thing that troubles me. I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life. The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean. I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis. But your whole deduction hinges on it. But my dear fellow, where you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? With my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy. Yes, I had a feeling I'd read it in something that Mrs. Sutter led me once.
Objection!
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes. The spell's broken out loud. The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it? Indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall. But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall? Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find do ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we face in this room, now skillfully unraveled. That argument is as circular as the coils of rope. I think perhaps we may need to give Mr. Scholz the usual little help we can. I'll show us some minor corrections. The great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth. Yes, you're right. But we must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away. If you're ready, then let us resume. Sherlock Holmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. Blah 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 blah. Everything is upside down. Gravity, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah. Blah blah blah. To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room, and the whole idea utterly enthralling. Only Mr. Scholz could conceive of such an explanation. But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so... Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea outright. Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mrs. Sutton. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he? Well, refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices. Yes, I suppose so. Well, let's just see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Yes. We can look at here at the inverted furniture, at the other inverted furniture, or...
Take that!
The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you surpass yourself, but by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps? No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me. As you rightly say, though, it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there is nothing affixing it to the floor. And it's the exception that breaks the rule. In short, much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all. My deepest sympathies for your loss. Look out here, Nosuke's little fellow, completely unfazed by Sholmes. His little fellow is not even slightly bothered by Sholmes doing Sholmes things. Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes. But the show must go on, so let's continue with our deductions. Now we know this contrivance is not in fact an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility. You don't say. Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here. Which might sound obvious, but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that? Quite, and naturally there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. She's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't he? I'm afraid the lack of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong. Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason. I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though. Well, let's look around and see how the answer presents itself. Obviously, the reason, as we know thoroughly well, is the anti-gravity device. London is very much a city of dreams. London is very much a city of dreams, especially to Miss Susato and I. So it seems entirely possible that dreamlike things could take place here. For example, the genius engineer Enoch Treba developing an anti-gravity device. Miss Naruhodo, with that answer you haven't righted my reasoning in any way. Huh. Yes, that's true. As a logician, you will never surpass me. I'm several steps ahead of you, and your attempts to correct me serve only to highlight your deficiencies. Oh. Yeah. This is what you'll get for agreeing with someone? I need to reconsider my answer then. Chat. I think we can definitively say that Sherlock Holmes, or sorry, Sherlock Sholmes, is in fact trolling.
Take that!
Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the safe combination. Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not? Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number on the inside cover of a book, just in case. That's it. People are forgetful souls at heart and always make a written note of important information. Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think. And what pray happened next, Miss Naruhodo? When the day of the draw came round, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it. That's it! The people are forgetful souls at heart and always forget where they've noted things down. Not if you always note things in the same place. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I'd slipped the ticket into, so I had to tell my room part. Thank you, Mr. Narada, but I believe I proved my point now. Which is that a very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room. Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one, leading to the state in which we now find the room. Susato does in fact still have the brain cell. Yes, Mr. Drebber overturned all the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Stefan, you must understand, it's not that he's an idiot for writing the code to the safe on the bottom of the furniture, it's that he's big-braining to allow Herlock Sholmes to troll. Now, let's consider the next conundrum. The aim. Well, if a change of the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footprints get there? Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has become even harder to solve. I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. No, life was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed. It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place. Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail. Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. What is this Kirkland brand shoe?
Take that!
Turns out the nearby shoe answers the question of why there are shoes up there. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe. And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well. In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon. But for what purpose? A green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar, Data. No. It was a piece of a green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene. And inside the green balloon that Mr. Gauntz claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred was the second birdcage. The crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception. You mean to say, if we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on that day, there's a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something Araskunder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty giveaway. But the balloon's out of reach. That's why he resorted to projectile, namely the shoe. No. Well, oops. Most probably, Mr. Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by sailing it with the ship. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights. Oh dear, we desperately need to examine that balloon. Whether there's somewhere we can see inside. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers the solution. Oh, the rope. To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? Mr. Jones has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope. Alright, I have to admit that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground? Which is much easier said than done, I feel. It could take us a very long time as well. True, perhaps we need a more surefire method. We've been live for just under an hour, Kosek. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we?
Take that!
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow? That was found at the scene, in fact, and in all likelihood belongs to Mr. Drebber. Either accidentally brought it with him that day. He could avoid losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon? What the? Kozak, you missed us being like, wow, there's a lot of games coming up. Because, you know, E3 happened. And more importantly, Sherlock Holmes deduced that a stick of dynamite was in fact an anti-gravity device. And that's about it. That's pretty much all we've missed. A Man in the Iron Mask reference? Yes, a Man in the Iron Mask reference. A waxwork? Indeed it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. Mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock. So we can't see the face inside, that means. Just a moment, this is the head of a waxwork model? Does that mean... Oh, goodness! I see you joined the dance, Mrs. Otto. Excellent. No, of course, a headless waxwork model. The case of the adopted Madame Tussauds model that you largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing. Indeed it was. But at least Madame Tussauds will now have to settle his sizable account with me. This, as you've now surmised, is the head of the infamous Professor. Yes? But why is it here? This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the Professor from Madame Tussauds and returning it, sans tête, earlier today was none other than Enoch Drebber. This is incredible. Professor Harebrain's case and the waxwork abduction are inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop. Well, it appears a logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure. The architect? You mean Mr. Drebber? As he's quite impossibly escaped via one of the skylights, obviously the man must still be here in the room. What? And his location should be abundantly clear, if you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this abduction. Enoch Drebber is right here, somewhere in this room? Yeah. Did you actually not realize that Madame Tussauds was just Madame Tussauds? Amusingly, is actually fairly close to 221B Baker Street, because Madame Tussauds is on Marylebone. And Baker Street is like a mile away. There's a park in between the two. It's lovely. So, Mr. Naruto, will you do the honors? Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the...
Take that!
He is hiding in the safe because he also has to be a contortionist. Exactly. Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here. Which tells us the engineer was still in the building at that point in time. He was in fact searching for the combination to his safe. And pressed for time, made no attempt to write the furniture that he overturned in the process. Which induced our search for the combination happened very recently indeed. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber is at this very moment inside the safe. This concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Hooray! We did it, chat. We're so cool. We're so good at this. You say that as if he hadn't modified it, Stefan. It just looks... Look, this is the most safe-like safe that you could actually save. But also, he's a steampunk genius engineer, and you think he didn't keep the old-fashioned lock for the aesthetic, while also having a schnazzy combination lock that doesn't work that? So, Mr. Naruto, I think perhaps it is time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you? By opening the safe, you mean? What else? Let's see, the combination was the one. 432582. I knew that. Alright then, here goes. You might notice there is a wheel on the inside. You found me. Chat? Yeah. Yeah. Welcome to Enoch Drebber. He does have a robot prosthetic. Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume. Correct. You'd better start talking. You tricked Professor Haber with that bogus machine you built. And you should not explain the theft of the wax for Madame to spell as well. Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions. Personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first. Deactivate your parcel? I refer, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position. Ah. I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me, then? No! Mr. Chance, with only 7 seconds to spare! That was too close for comfort. I've got Clinkfoot in the grave already. Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed? Mr. Chance's deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they? Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. The resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. Anti-gravity devices don't exist! Phew. That was a pleasure, Mr. Schultz. What on earth happened in here? You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems. Yeah, well, we'll give it a thorough going over, don't worry, Grandpa. What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt. Whistling? Ah, that would have been me. Oh. For some reason, I woke in fine feather today. No words, just tightly squeezed chips. Clearly, I must have a screw loose though, as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose, as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down. I also found a rope over by the wall. Yes, I had hoped to exit through the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe. And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters. And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe? Having first set this parcel ticking. Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police. Got a death wish, have you? And right beside a ticking time bomb. Please, why do you suppose I choose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place. Precisely. But once you climb inside, you haven't been able to get out again. I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within. So it is. I had always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans. Do you mean to say, you're planning to blow this all up? No, that was unforeseen. What do you mean? Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at their feet. I calculate the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. You're seemingly endless discoursing here through a spanner in the works. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face, besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth? I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Halbrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition, and the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to. That's no ordinary head, you know. That's the head of the Professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong, I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. That's enough! What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here. Yes. Well, Dr. Scythe again. So the forensic investigation team out here. And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? Because lawyers are allowed access to witnesses? If Lord Stronger knew of this, you'd be finished. You lot, leave at once. My dear madame, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, there's no degree in old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Hello, Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe? If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more to tell you. Get out! But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruto. Yes? It appears that delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today. But Mr. Sholmes. Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said, get out! Now! All of you! Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood. But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. There was a time bomb set here that this lot disarmed. Inspector? Someone giving you a chuckle, as a grabber. Ah, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, did you? Yes, you did disarm that one. Ah, what are you? That one? Yeah, you mean? It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Herbern's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. What Blues? What on earth makes you think Enoch Drebber had any chill ever? The man has a bomb-proof safe. Also, yeah, those two police officers, we did just watch people die. Good morning to you, Mr. Norroyo. Well, good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be. If not, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes, do you try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again? Yes, I will. I realize it was a mistake, but my dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not, to be cast in my direction? Sorry? I don't follow. Must I spell that? I'm the great Sherlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation. Rose, it's some ungodly hour to be here. Now, first thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. I just had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bested. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris didn't have it in her to go that far, she's too nice. Ah, I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. Well, Inspector Gregson, good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know, maybe because I'm confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Damn it. Are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know! What, Professor? Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I'm feeling it may prove useful. You won't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the Professor's autopsy report. The mass murderers? Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy? I was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. It was quite quickly executed soon after a trial. It's all in here. Sorry, chat. I don't know why I'm yawning so much today. Actually, I do know. It was hot today. I was standing outside. I know exactly why I'm yawning. But that means we might have to be making coffee in the near to medium future. We'll see. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. I was slowly yawn the larder just doing what I can in the shadow of the great Detective Sholmes. Of course. Well then, Professor Herbert, this is it. Today we're going to lay this all to rest. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Trevor? Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I was still amazed that he managed to find him in just one day. I really like you both so much. Counsel and the defendant, the trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Trevor might also be on the hook for offences under the Explosives Act of 1875, having stored explosives without inspection by the local fire brigade, and possibly without a license. Almost certainly without a license, but, you know, Have you seen him recently? When he's in the stand here giving his testimony, we're going to talk about his whole design, because there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on there. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding, as if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But yeah, seriously, you think I'm going to give, like, a decent voice to the random bailiff? But I can't let that distract me from the only... I'm only able to do a few voices competently. I've got to save them for characters that actually matter. I can't let this distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. An ice cold take. The ice cold take is, of course, about Enoch Drebber. As we take a look at... Hey, look. Counteracted with a spicy take. Every single time. In the name of Majesty, I hereby call this court to be in session. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrained, your present, who stands accused of murder. Alright, so, the ice cold take is that, Enoch Drebber's design is so completely, entirely, thoroughly ahistorical that there is no point trying to, like, find historical references in it, because it is only the vaguest passing reference to Victorian era anything. The spicy take is that saying that in my history game that is layered richly with references to the historical Victorian period, I am completely unbothered by the fact that Enoch Drebber is not at all historical. We received the public hearing of Albert Harebrained, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and the defense ready to proceed? The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. If I may, Lord Van Zieks. Yes, my lord? There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Chat. Did you think Van Zieks was not going to get more extra when he's, like, being social? Did you think he was not going to get even more extra? Don't enable his alcoholism, Master Apprentice Man. Also, you recognize that sword style, as in sheathing it in a distinctively Japanese way? Zeus' assistant is a twink and none of you can prove me wrong. Stefan! Spoilers! I therefore instruct my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of this trial. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves, it couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but oh, this is so very hard. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly.
Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. But you so despise deception and deceit, I find it so very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Any folk scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. Oh, we are releasing a soundproof toys offense and sound one. That is it. Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zieks. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage. Juror number 1 looks exactly like the Moriarty in the Granada Home series. That's almost certainly intentional. That is almost certainly intentional. Was deliberately destroyed in an explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. It was... What? An explosion? Wait, it's an outrage. Exactly, the pawnbroker and the... freaking... what was his name? The pawnbroker, whatever. Pop Windebank. Was also based on the guy from the Red-Headed League. They know their Holmes media. They know their Holmes reception studies, and they're doing a good job with it. The Blues. The dead professor from 10 years ago is Moriarty. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene taken in wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains in the machine. Yeah, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? But Enoch Trevor. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the equipment by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. Now, Van Zieks exclusive... Manstressa, Van Zieks is an exclusively red wine drinker. There's no way he drinks rosé or white wine. Not at all. Not a chance. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid, actually. There's no harm, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true, but I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh. Right. Sorry. Oh, he drinks port. Right, I'm almost certain he drinks port. The rest of them I'm less sure on, but definitely port. There's a little metal plaque here, look, fostering burgeoning talent for the future of scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Drebber really was a very talented scientist. Oh, look, the cover came open. Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, see? Is something wrong? There is no plate. It's been removed. Oh, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person.
So we'd never found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh. Yes, you're quite right, of course. Poor Susato-san. She doesn't look... She looks devastated. Yoink. Da-da-da-da-ding. What a wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely. Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch. Poor Professor Makoto. Look, Miss Naruto, what is on the bells just now? There seem to be some very dark red stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. But if you were to compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such looks good. There's really no need for a comparison, Mr. Naruto, as well you know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely? Yes, I think so too. It's probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. The damage is to the base. Perfect. Photograph, screwdriver, thing, stuff. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the Kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed, a most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that, we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and ultimately caused its loss of control. As Lord Van Zieks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself. Where did my accent go? The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Odi Asman. So what exactly were those two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Thank you, counsels. The positions of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Van Zieks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. So, state your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation? Hard to pin down, I would say. Let's look at him. Look at this guy. This guy has a lot going on. This guy has a lot going on. Right, the main aesthetic, I would say, for Enoch Drebber is that he is an automaton. Right, he is clockwork in every way. And so, right, it's deliberately unclear whether his entire arm has been made into clockwork or whether he's just wearing a glove. Either could be possible. Right now it looks more like a glove, but, well, could break either way. The resolution is not necessarily the greatest. He has things that just, are looked into his thing. And as you point out, his waistcoat and tie are complete nonsense. Right? He's wearing a scar tie. He's wearing a scar tie. His hair's too long, black shirts aren't really a thing much, and his tie is too long and skinny. Exactly, and correspondingly, the waistcoat is cut much too low. So right, this is steampunk. This is steampunk. This is 2010's post-ska steampunk, where it's entirely just like a weird aesthetic, and it has no relationship to anything. The only thing that you can kind of sort of say that is at least inspired by it could be wearing a 1950s gangster shirt and tie. Okay, I could see that, especially with the collar, but I still feel like the tie is at least 70s, right? Is the super skinny ties of like ska. The only thing I can the only thing I could even slightly say is it looked like his trousers were like aggressively pinstriped, which would be fine. Anywhere from like 1900 to 1930, aggressively pinstriped trousers would be fine, but that's not hard. That's not hard. Also, he's, you know, mechanical. He is in every way mechanized. And so this sort of really awkward gear-like clockwork aesthetic is steampunk. It is absolutely steampunk. See that black monocle? Yes, right, I found it. Oh, you two have exactly the same thing. Your file indicates that you're currently being investigated in connection with another case. Theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago? The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I am aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment, or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with its blueprints, but that's all. Then the court will be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis a reality at last. What? Good gracious, do you mean to say that the experiment was a bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Magishrissa. Edgy Neo straps. Come on. He's wearing a Matrix coat. He's wearing a battery-flavored Matrix coat. Oh, Agalaeus. Yeah, we've had prosthetics, even fairly developed prosthetics, for ages. You point out Gus van Berlichingen, which is a good shout, but not like this. Not like this. Not steampunk clockpunk things. Where?
Objection!
But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort. Although shown during yesterday's proceedings, is that the same outcome could have been produced. Maybe it's a stage trickery. The feds merely proposed a method that demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But, we demonstrated that it better matches the evidence than Ziggs. We demonstrated that it better matches the evidence of the thing. We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. With this, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration of the Great Exhibition. Understood. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would require a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the specters start the birdcage appear above their head and then crash headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow? It goes without saying, surely, to give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. But it's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point during the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. It's my understanding that the witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But this challenge does indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation, with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling, talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident? Of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by the misuse of the science. I mean, look at his coat. Look at his extremely nonsense coat. Right, clearly this guy is cosplaying. This guy is just cosplaying, and that's okay. Oh, this dude's scummy as hell. Lonely Space Barb. This man is seriously on crazy pills. I mean, he did blow up the experiment stage with a time bomb, and also think that he could survive a time bomb by hiding in the safe. No, it's just whirring sounds. He's a robot, he makes gear sounds. But that's not what gears sound like. Exactly. It just goes whir. It just goes whir. It crashed headfirst, you say? According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Were you not at the exhibition grounds on the day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of a machine I'd labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes, the birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. What a surprise. I believe the victim's neck was broken from the headlong fall, wasn't it? How would you have come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. Hey look, I highlighted infernal, because this man's a devil. See? According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver believed to belong to the defendant, and he had broken vertebrae as a result from a fall from a considerable height. Correct. My learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is at some point the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment, and since he was found in the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny. Hey chat.
Objection!
We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree, the damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? Oh, sorry. What are you saying? That's the opposite of where they should be. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were 2 birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switch during war wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Gah. Good gracious, explain yourself with this. Well, if we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates the crash tail first into the tower. But multiple witnesses report claim that it fell headfirst. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, causing a spontaneous explosion. And altitude some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Apologies. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable. But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection!
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find 1 or 2 of his vertebrae crushed. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only 1 vertebra, actually. He wasn't quiet for long. I found out how to see what's motivating Lord Van Thieves. This witness is clearly a swindler and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Yes, and there's one more point the defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? There is a reason why he does crimes. It's not a good reason, but there is a reason why Drebber does crimes. Ten years ago. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all. I nearly had him though.
Objection!
Ah, I didn't like that one. Boo. Fine. Fine. Let's just press it first. What do you mean? Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on stage in front of the audience. Yes, so most of witnesses who saw Mr. Aspen on the experimentation stage, that's true. And the victim's neck broke on the result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet. The point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. That difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the cage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed from the stage in the sky to the crystal tower. A trenchant scientific analysis. Hear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly plausible. Oh yes, so very well thought out. Certainly all the spectators on the day saw it. The birdcage falling 30 feet through the air, I mean.
Hold it!
Ah, that wasn't the button I wanted. Boo. I wanted to hit the other one, because there is another spot. Chat, we all know what the other spot is, right? We all know what the other spot is. Okay, then, let's see which piece of evidence that,
Objection!
they just want the map. Okay. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down into the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. Now. On the map, on the map, on the map, map, map. Go ahead, Counsel. Yes, my lord, of course. You will indicate the place to which you are referring on this same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could possibly have fallen the requisite 30 feet.
Take that!
The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, Counsel. It turns out that the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume there to be a void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two. My learned friend has no evidence that the stage has such a contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. I take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber, it was you who built the kinesis machine, which means it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whether Professor Herbrand's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters, a machine designed to take Mr. Aspen's life. And lay the blame firmly at the Professor's door, something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Objection!
If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water. On 2 counts. 2? Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages. But I've already explained why he wouldn't need to. The nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The Forensic Investigations Team report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Betsix? The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Aspen. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. %? Certainly very favorable contractual considerations. But there was one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Aspen's death, the diametric opposite, in fact. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Van Seeks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. O. Asman and E. Drebber. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage onto the stage with the one in the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect to your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 birdcages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Leonardo. No doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. Yo, you met the voice actor for Ryanosuke today? Yo, outside of real life, that's amazing. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit. Yo! Yo! At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage. Yet now we know that there must have been two. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Gets to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean it's impossible you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord, Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come? Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious of crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? Nice! I'll check that later. What do I do here? At the moment, this is little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice or if he is really even the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear, as a lawyer. So, what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice, or not? Of course he did. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Somehow the two birdcages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yo, that's wild. A random anime convention in the Netherlands. I love it. Big fan. Yet, according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. I mean, there's no foreshadowing as to who it is. Right? There's nothing that links these two together. The thing is that there's a lot of weird circumstances where there's so few people who had access to the potential locations that, and, you know, GAA conventions mean, you know, it's someone who has a unique portrait. Oh, absolutely not. This is completely out of left field. Yo! Wait, this is his first voice acting gig? But he's so good! Wait, what? This was his first? That inconsistency itself is a clue. And Wolfie, thank you for gifting Outside Your Life the tier 1 subscription. Enjoy all of the emotes and monthly subscription here as we finish up, you know, hopefully in this month we're going to finish up the rest of this game. And I'm a historian by training, which means that we are talking a lot about the history in the game and trying to figure out what, you know, what year it is. Because this game does not know what year it is, and, you know, we're going to see that real soon. But that inconsistency is itself its clue. Counsel? My lord? You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, I must ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by name. Right, Magistrate, by the way, you know, they did just give us the answer here. Right, the fact that the coroner report saying something is impossible is an inconsistency.
Take that!
They just give us the answer. Just pick the only coroner. The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nepalese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. Sato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Counsel. Now. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Syfe. What the blazes are you talking about? Dr. Scythe? The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim? We know there were 2 birdcages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify.
You've got a nerve, lad, standing up there trying the yards and aim through the mud.
I didn't mean to.
I know the woman very well. There's no better dead real worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal?
My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. Reasons, Blues. Reasons. Because clearly forensic investigation and autopsies are the same thing. Definitely. You're guessing Scythe at the professor's autopsy. Courtney Stevens did the professor's autopsy. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? Certainly, if the bird cage contained a body, blah blah blah. That cage must also have contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Oh, Outsider, I have played through this whole game before, so I know. I'm here for chat. I am living for chat. To see the rest of this game. And on that note, no spoilers. Which means that there was no one dead or alive who could have filled the role of a body double for Mr. Aspen. That's true. If my argument is that there were 2 birdcages, then there must also have been 1 person inside each. But I don't know if I got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how this body stunt double was achieved? The Doom Corner, are you referring to Ryunosuke's bonus collar? Very well, the defense will address my learned friend's concerns by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Aspen's body double.
Good gracious, evidence? I do hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name.
If you think they have relevant evidence, present it now. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would only have seen them from 60 feet away. Oh, the Edgeworth of this game? Oh, yeah, Van Zeek's collar is an 18th century naval officer's outfit. Like it's military dress uniform. It's actually shockingly plausible for military dress uniform from the better part of a century before this game. Uh-huh.
Take that!
Well, probably something along these lines, I think. Let's see what happens to that piece of evidence when dropped from a great height. Was within your grasp, of course. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Fine, we'll present the professor's head. We'll present the head of the freaking professor instead of, you know, the piece of evidence that actually links the professor's wax. Fine.
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contains something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower. Yes, Council, your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mr. Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. Why did we hold the whole thing into the thing? Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stanford no, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor. You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime. And now you've moved on to indicting waxworks? Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? There's two things. But if you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. What? Hello, Dildrum. Just days before Professor Hairbrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tussauds. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asma.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. Elias's hypothesis regarding Van Zieks' outfit is that the first Baronet Van Zieks was a captain or admiral in the Royal Navy during the Napoleonic Wars, and that the Lord Van Zieks we face is the second or third Baronet Van Zieks. I think fourth. I think he is the fourth Baronet Van Zieks, by the way. No problem. Maybe fifth. Maybe fifth. That is, if his great-grandfather got the title, then his grandfather, then his father, then his older brother, then him. Oh, but yeah, I totally see what you're saying here, though, with the, like, clock design on the app, or here inside, on the inside of the collar. I totally see what you mean. You may be able to link that to, like, the broader gear punk aesthetic of the prosecution's office and the, Whitehall. The Lord Chief Justice's office. So, I think you could read it that way. But there's very little to connect Van Zieks aesthetically, or in his behavior to that aesthetic. He's, broadly speaking, a vampire, and not a steampunk cosplayer. So, we have not yet seen the face underneath the mask, some nameless punk. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait, yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord, I need to speak if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Now, come on. Don't even be like that.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty!
Kill me!
You know, I actually don't hate the voices on that. For the first time ever... For the first time ever, I think the game got the voices decently for the guilties. This is also extremely dumb. I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And I'll have some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a... We don't even ask at this point. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Hooray! We get to watch them walk. I've known that woman for years. She'd never been accomplished anything. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with each other. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork man, surely the waxwork the man stole is nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them. I've seen no way with proof that this waxwork was ever inside the workbench. It's conjecture. Accused someone without right evidences. He's not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. Alright. Hello? Given that his face is obscured, his build in no way resembles that of the victim. I can only applaud my learned friends' temerity as suggesting it as Mr. Aspen's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening. Yes, I know it seems extraordinary, but that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. Let's take why at the moment, but I found a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced. Something far more significant than whether or not this model looks like the victim. Well, let's do this. And this is a great time for us to, you know, turn back to our historical discussions, because, you know, I am a historian. It is what we do here. And talk more about steampunk, think more about steampunk, because clearly Enoch Drebber is a 2010s Clockpunk cosplayer who invented time. He may not have invented anti-gravity, but he did invent time travel. And to that end, right, steampunk is weird. Right? Steampunk is... I mean, that was not a useful sentence. Clearly, right, he breakdances. He has hydraulic whirlers. He has a Cessna from the future. And he has a, like, gearpunk either glove and or the whole cybernetic arm. Or clockwork magnetic arm. That sentence got away from me a bit. Anyway, to explain this, I want to specifically, like, quick intro on, like, what steampunk is, its second wave, what it's doing, and then I want to think about what happens when you superimpose it, instead of it being a reaction that is rating a historical time period, what happens when you superimpose it back onto the time period. Because that's super interesting. So,
Hold it!
steampunk emerges in, like, it's first named in the 1980s, but you could link it to sort of even slightly earlier trends, the decays of the sort of disillusionment of the positive futurism of the 50s, starting in the 70s. But realistically, right, our story probably starts in about 06, when there's this big resurgence of steampunk. And the breaking of steampunk from a literary phenomenon of this, like, alternate neo-Victorian futurism into being a thing that exists in physical space. And it's in that this game is really operating in, right? This, like, this last 15 years or so, where we've seen, like, an emergence of steampunk as aesthetics, right? You get the like, copper, bronzy goggles that you can see in Ryunosuke's face, the random gears on the top of things, making things look old-timey and gear-like and Victorian. Right? Guns of Icarus, of course, is a game that draws on this really clearly. So you get this, like, Victorian super imagining of the big Zeppelin sailing across the sky with this people wearing suits and corsets and stuff, and, you know, looking like that. This, of course, it is punk, and therefore is a rejection of contemporaneity, and a critique of the contemporary. Specifically, it's anti-capitalist. Interestingly, right, multiple places I've been looking at, multiple academics that work in steampunk, and, like, study steampunk as a cultural phenomenon, link it actually and bizarrely to William Morris's arts and crafts movement. Yeah, I can produce that. Okay. So, like, the arts and crafts movement emerges in, like, I think it's the 1840s? I think it's the 1840s. That is this very, well, honestly, I describe it as cottagecore. It's like the original cottagecore. It's this, I think so William Morris comes up with this arts and crafts idea that says, hey, we have
Take that!
a, sorry, the sentence got away from it. Right, we have this rapidly burgeoning industrial society where things are being mass-produced, and that's bad. That's stinky, that's bad, we don't like that, and so we're going to reject this mass production and this industrial sterilization to go back to handcrafting and make everything handcrafting and this romanticized, idyllic, pastoral life. It's cottagecore. Cottagecore still exists. That's obviously a direct link, though it's a revival of the arts and crafts movement. But yeah, right, they see lots of people connect them as sort of this same philosophical rejection. Big upswing in production and a specific style of production, followed by a backlash that harkens to a previous era. So we have first wave industrialization, harkening back to romantic pastoralism. We have post or late capitalism, post-industrial society, rejected by harkening back to initial industrialism. It's interesting. It's very funny to see, you know, cottage, and then we also have cottagecore on top of that. So, you know, diversity of rejections. But that obviously gets the big idea of steampunk that is used to distinguish it from other types of retrofuturism, is that steampunk is relatively optimistic. Right? Steampunk rejects modernity and says, you know, we look back to this industrial Victorian past where there were big focus on social mores and stuff and things and looked stylish as hell doing it. and we are going to raid that for all the good stuff. Like, we acknowledge that there's a lot of problems. A lot of problems with the Victorian period. Child labor, disease running rampant, horrible sanitation conditions, extreme wealth inequality, all of the racism, etc., 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 right? And so, we acknowledge all that, but we are just raiding this. We are raiding this past period in order to steal the stuff that we like and we think still has value and meaning, and we get rid of everything else, and we use this as a foundation to imagine something totally different. And so it's inherently really optimistic. But... what on earth happens when you take something that freely admits it is raiding the past for the sake of the present, and you set it in the past? Right? What actually happens? I don't have all the answers here. I don't have all of the answers.
Objection!
So, but my thought would perhaps be that obviously we need two conclusions to draw out of it. Obviously, the first one is that the superposition of steampunk at more historical Victorian layers cannot be seen as, or are not seen by the developers of the game as so incongruous as to be breaking. Right, we have to do some fiddling, right? We have to put it in Harlock Sholmes as our steampunk, or in this case also Enoch Drebber, as two people who are so far outside of normal society that the rest of society can function as normal while a few people are doing steampunk. And that is used to shock and awe, but otherwise does not have big social consequences. Iris Wilson is a steampunk icon. But conclusion number 2, I think, that gets drawn, is that there has to be an intentionality to it. Because if you just randomly superimposed it, like, why would you do that? There's not a lot of reason to be doing that. Right? Because we have characters that are clearly historical archetypes. Right? As Majoretta just pointed out, Susato is a Jogakusei. I butchered the pronunciation, don't worry about that, I don't speak Japanese. A Meiji new woman. But she's very representative of, right in this, like, weird period where they're kind of trying to re-establish, simultaneously trying to modernize and be like, oh yes, women's rights, question mark? And also establish a very Neo-Confucian particular philosophy. So, very much an archetype. Kazuma is very much an archetype. Frickin' Ouchie is an archetype. So... exactly, Van Zieks is the old-fashioned aristocracy of the era. And their fading and shifting relationship. Gino Lestrade is the street urchin. All really, really well-established historical, literary, but also historical tropes. And so superimposing the steampunk Supergirl on top of that, thoughtlessly, would be weird. And there's so much research going into this on the costuming, on the references they're drawing from, on the stuff in the newspapers, that they're tackling so many big ideas. That it's like, well, there's intentionality to this. Alright, Outsider Life, please don't lose sleep. We'll see ya. We play this every Sunday. We've got a couple left. Trying to finish up by the end of June, so enjoy this. You didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides cult, to be honest. But yeah, right, it would be dumb. It would be completely illogical, bordering on outright foolish, to design the game that way. Still very Ace Attorney of it, because sometimes they just make weird decisions, but like... Still. Nothing in this suggests thoughtlessness. And so, we can now actually elaborate as we move into... sort of elaborating on the thematics, right? I proposed this at the end of stream last week. Then we have this dichotomy, right? The big theme of the game is this dichotomy between lightness and darkness, the bright, futuristic place of dreams that London is as the cultural capital of the world. And then the dark underbelly of all of the crime, all of the deception, all of the bribery, all of the horrible things that go on within this city of progress. And so, I think steampunk is used in this context primarily as an intensifier. Right, we have incredibly sinister, does not move naturally, kinda creepy Enoch Drebber versus adorable pink-haired bundle of joy Iris Wilson.
Hold it!
Uh-huh. Right, I see. Obviously, I just set myself kind of appear on stages, work in close proximity to our audiences, to perform great magics in parks, on street corners, and the like.
Not in my day. Excuse me.
Uh-huh. Well, why bother to use that London apparently has no misogyny, whereas Japan does, but the ladies first was actually ladies oppressed, would go hand in hand with that dichotomy. I think so. I agree with you. But I think part of this is you have to set up audience expectations. And certainly, let us be extremely unoblique here. Victorian London was real misogynist. Even though across like this period, right, by 1900, I think, right, the tides are shifting in ways that are irreversible. And everyone kind of knows the writing in the wall. If we're in 1860, totally different. But, I mean, we looked at this last week, Magistressa, and, you know, we found, right, the women are not allowed to enter the courts of Japan thing dates from 1895. Before then, they could. But, ultimately, right, the trick here is you have to set up the audience expectations to make London actually feel like a city of promise. And a properly historical Victorian London to an audience in the 2010s, or in this case the early 2020s, would not like that veneer is so paper thin that everyone sees through it, because we've all read A Christmas Carol. So you have to set up something by comparison, and that means, one, you have to make things better in Victorian London than they are in historical reality. And two, you have to make things worse in Japan than they were in historical reality. And that means drinking some Meiji Kool-Aid and setting something from 1895 that was very much part of an attempted establishment of a particular codified cultural idea in law, in turning that into a universal cultural truth that is just not questioned. Dim Corner, the game came out in, I believe, 2013 originally, on 3DS in Japan only, and so this is the English localization. Released last year, so, at best, at earliest 2013. Perhaps we can move on. Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this. What was it like? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. In 2015. Okay. And by Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected. Hey, look! By the way, anti-police riots! Anti-police riots! Let's go! There, in the 1890s, there are an absolute boatload of political cartoons, civil unrest, etc., where the police start to be recognized as more of a private thugs. This gets doubly true with reports coming in from the US of, the Pinkertons doing Pinkerton things, and literal private police. And the realization that there isn't a whole lot difference between hiring union busting and what the cops were actually doing. And on top of this, anarchists and communists causing political unrests. A really good literary example of this is Joseph Conrad's The Secret Plan? Oh gosh, I read it not that long ago. It's a secret something or other. This is a period of a lot of distrust in Scotland Yard, even as forensic methods are improving, and a lot of what we consider like foundational ideas of modern criminal investigation are starting to emerge in this period within about 20 years of the time of the game. There's a lot of distrust in the police. And so, right, the idea here that this elderly policeman might look at this unrest and say, it didn't used to be like this. We used to be trusted by the people in like the 1840s. That would be true. That would be true, and it's cool that they represent that. But, sadly, this actual thing is less. This actual thing is less.
Hold it!
Who's Courtney Stevens? Ah, sure, got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Maiden? Okay. I guess. It's Scythe now, isn't it? The great days of policing not like now. Well, yeah, I shall see why not.
Objection!
We did it. Marathon the day with a club and Irishmen in the townsfolk would applaud us for it. Exactly. Proper English aesthetics right there. Gracious. Main name of the corner, Dr. Stevens. Build a connection that wasn't apparently. Oh, you're of high society. But oh, golly, I'm afraid I see it. I feel like she's supposed to be southern. I feel like she's supposed to be like, antebellum. She's supposed to be like antebellum southern damsel. More than high society British. You know, I get that sense with a lot of the high society female characters in this. Of that, I want them to be southern belles. And not British. Like, goodness, evidence, you say? Oh my, how utterly enthralling.
Take that!
The autopsy report. Things are certain autopsy report from 10 years. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What 12-inch does that have? Yeah, of course I went that far. But man's a capital offender, so. That's right, this is the certificate of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. What's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Courtney Stevens? Tricolor! It feels that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tussauds. Waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Assman, at all. But do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relations, this is all most extraordinary. Well, shall I oblige now to explore this further?
One more, let's do it. Let's do it. I believe in us.
Right, we can't let you crack onto then. Now there's a cloud of suspicion hanging with the yard's best coroner. Wasn't like this back in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. And we did it. Ta-da! Who's ready for the thing?
Who's ready?
Excellent geezer voice, why thank you. I can do several different geezer voices. It is sadly the voice that I am most able to do. A waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's the longsword of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony. If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner? The owner? Madame Tussauds. That's really wrong. The Lord Van Zeus would object to this whole line of inquiry. Right, well, I concur. I agree with Madame Tussauds to appear as a witness with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. Madame Tussauds, yes, I shall see to it at once, my lord. Da-da-da. Remember in Samurai Champloo, there was a gay Dutchman who thought that Japan was a society that was relatively tolerant, only to realize too late that that wasn't the case. I wonder if a similar thing is happening here with England and Japan retroactively. Definitely. Right, I think the point is, right, this is a society that has extremely high potential, but fails to live up to it. And the game does a lot carefully to kind of balance the upside and the downside. And to that end, right, it does touch on things. Right, there's a lot that this game doesn't cover. This game doesn't care about the horrors of imperialism. This game doesn't really care about a lot of stuff with gender, even less stuff with race, except for Japanese England. Really compressing the messy relationships of race and colonialism into Japan versus England, two countries that themselves are each doing colonialism, often with extreme violence. The game's not concerned about that. That's not the theme the game is trying to do, because of course that's not the society the game is actually about. It's a game from 2015. It's about modern society. And so it ends up being, a little bit ham-fisted, but also doing some translation work in order to make things appropriately leveled. Well, right, I don't think the game needs to do. I don't think the game needs to talk on all those things. Right, this is already one of the materially and honestly socially richest understandings of Victorian England, and any game has demonstrated recently, I think. That's a spicy take for free. Have fun with that. Oh boy. I sure just said that without thinking. But yeah, we'll stand by it. It's definitely one of the more nuanced understandings of a Victorian London, and yeah. Certainly more than a lot of games that nominally care a lot more about that. Cough cough, all the Victorian Gothic vampire games that are like, oh yes, we are in a hospital dealing with the social poor and also eating them. Oh yes, of course. Oh, the Knight Errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Shant? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? Doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But he the monster would come knocking at your door. My heartfelt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Van Zix is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dark. And now a wax of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. Imagine if the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. Magistressa, might I recommend just mentioning that you are really into courtroom stuff, and thereby avoiding getting picked for the jury duty. Right, really into logic and puzzle games, and a big fan of courtroom legal history, and you will in fact not get selected to actually continue with that jury duty with significant confidence, and also it would just be telling the truth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes, in what particular manner? Alright, you're back. What did you miss? So we have now accused Courtney Scythe of being an accomplice. And we have substantiated the idea that the waxwork was in the other birdcage. And so now they're calling Madame Tuspels to the stand to ask about the abduction of the thing. Magistressa, you joke, but my older brother literally got off of jury duty by bringing up Perry Mason. It seems like everyone in this trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes. In fact, I alone am not a member of the set. But that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me. Also, I would point out that they are also united by their extremely Ska ties. Dr. Scythe and Enoch Drebber are both linked by their extremely Ska ties. Dr. Scythe? Oh, Dr. Courtney Scythe, Nate Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Scholes. That was very shrewd. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell nothing but corpses and disinfectant. The policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you, as it happens, Dr. Snipe, and I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Norman Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness, or Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say.
Oh, yep. Well, that's a confession right there, chat.
Chat, I've never heard such a confession-y sounding confession. Like, my lord. If you had any more confessions in your confession, it would be absolutely terrible. So, good day to you. I mean, she does not have dignity. It's not clear exactly what her hair thinks. More good legal talk. Lawyers on both sides can toss you out of jury duty, voir dire, if they think you'll be too biased against them. Doesn't matter what that reason is. It's fine. It's fine. She mentioned it too, the Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause to continue. I assure you when the trial resumes, then it will become all too apparent whether you'd like it or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. That's right, folks. You booked the whole This is the public gallery. It's such a spectacle. The highest tour in England. You'll buy the entire seat if you can afford it, but you'll only need the edge of it. Let's go into the highest profile trial of the great exhibition. A 10-year-old secret story revealed. Will we be confused as to what year it is? Find out just up ahead. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. There's a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. I want caramel. What does that warning from Mr. Sean's really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass.
Look, the old-time radio announcer voice. The quality of the recording just isn't very good. It's handed down through the centuries. Can't say. No one can expect that the recording quality of the present physical media survives for that long, unscathed, and sorry that the deterioration of the media was so bad that it caused you to become completely ununderstandable.
It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. I do enjoy doing the old-timey radio announcer voice whenever I get the chance. It is good fun. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready. Given that any recording is going to be on wax cylinder. Whew. Yeah. Yes, my lord, the defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition, and now we find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. Not a ton, this dude. Not a ton. Right, we're really looking at, most recordings are engraved into soft wax that is then traced with a needle. So, right, I don't think I've ever heard a mint condition one to know exactly, but, right, if the wax is stored properly, it can last with minimal deterioration for a very long time. But, if you're actually using it, after a couple of cycles, it's going to wind down real fast. So, yeah. Yep, this is so bad that everything's so focused on hardware and not actual quality. I mean, yes, but, the idea of what would eventually become effectively vinyl, right? The evolution of the wax disc is vinyl. Right, it takes a while to be able to reliably create the track for the needle to trace. And wax was both easy and cheap. And it lasted long enough, well enough, as long as it was stored in optimal conditions. So, I don't actually think that was a failure on Edison's part, creating wax disc phonographs. Because, yeah, I mean, they're not the best, but also, given that he recognized that there was immediately a market, creating incredibly, well, things that are built to last for a century would be absurd. But yes, he was, broadly speaking, an interfering busybody who had a lot of very talented people under his company. So be it. The trial has certainly defied all expectations. As seems to be the fate of all trials with which this Nipponese is revolved, my lord. So, let's begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally evolved in this manner. Lord Venzix, my lord? Are we still waiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak, and ready to be summoned. More Musk. More Musk than Bezos. Bezos would have much more in line with the service industry equivalent of Rockefeller. Or Carnegie. Right. The industry titan versus the tech titan. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice. In Dr. Scythe? Sears and Roebuck get big a bit later than this period. Sears and Roebuck are a bit later that they really get going. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. Kozak, we have been informed by Scythe that Scythe will not be appearing in the witness stand because Lord Strongheart has forbidden Van Zieks from doing it. Now, this may not stop Van Zieks. I don't remember, actually. But, you know, for what it's worth, Lord Strongheart is saying, no, you do not testify in this. State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I am a waxwork artisan, and the proprietress of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. So he finally gets a statue, does he? This is getting out of hand. Now there are two of them. Now there are two of them in the world. Oh my. What expression is she carving onto that face? Chat! Prequel memes. Prequel memes. A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. I love that. A waxwork model. Kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. While the client would have been told outside of the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim? At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asper. But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asper does not resemble the professor at all. Is that a Sean's bust? That is in fact a Sean's bust. Yes, but perhaps the faces are very similar? Are you suggesting that we should now see the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed, Mar's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret because she is a witch. Why isn't she a witch? Have you seen Madame Tussauds? Have you been to the actual Madame Tussauds? It is witchcraft. And so she's Madame Tussauds, who is a witch, who is cosplaying as a witch in this historical period, which does not only in literature does it believe in witches. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information. Quite dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the two spells' principles. What principle? The defendant two spells has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. In fact, detailed including the visage is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voilà, our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Tuspel's waxwork from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tuspel's family is said to have made a waxwork of the Queen who was executed. I don't know why they refuse to say Marie Antoinette. You know, I actually don't know why they're refusing to say Marie Antoinette. Oui, that is true. It was essentially a venom. I believe the Queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is still on display still today in the House of Horrors. Witches' spells will stop at nothing to attain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask? Okay? The true visage of the killer is there. This is ludicrous. It's out of the question. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tussauds special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave, is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony in this matter. You explain every detail of this macabre model, and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of a visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tussauds family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head into cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. The gravedigger. The man sanctioned this. Wait, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What wanted to do, eh? So you truly saw it? The face of that monster? Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret, but his spells would not be to spells if he did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. I don't believe this. I myself can have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. Yes! Chat? Oh, chat. Oh, chat, are you ready? Oh, chat. It is time. It is time. So, let's take a look at this newspaper. Well, our overlay, unfortunately, is getting a little bit in the way. I shall read out all of the things that we can see in it because it is worth it. It is worth it. Yeah, Nameless Punk, you've identified the plot-relevant thing in there. We're looking at the rest of this newspaper. So, bringing out the old-timey radio announcer voice again to read out the different things. We have man rises from the grave. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. At local cemetery, just behind the prison, on the night of Valdine's execution, the newly interred professor forced off his grave cover as he clawed free of the earth. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when the next second a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled forever. The youth then finally released the scream, holding and ran for his life. The university experienced this distressing event was Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. The question is, does it have the Mistress? I mean, it doesn't help this. Thank you, Dim Corner. Let us quick do that. Thank you. The problem is, right, we need the extra oomph. We need the extra clarity over the thing. It doesn't necessarily always keep that. And also, it doesn't help the stream overlay. It does not help that you are covering one of the fun ones.
No cheap on page. Unexplained phenomenon crypt. Unexplained phenomenon grips Oxfordshire region. Locals report the most remarkable circumstance in which voters were seized with a sudden fright and left blank from field and pens. Not even something of the Empire something. Alright, Dildrum. Farewell. Charles Darwin to receive Copley Medal. This year's recipient of the Royal Society's most prestigious award is Mr. Charles Darwin for his highly important contributions and researches in the fields of geology, zoology, and botanical physiology. Mr. Darwin joins the ranks of such monumental figures as Louis Pascal and Leon Foucault. I believe that's Pascal? I'm not sure. Actually, that's a BEL. I don't know. Anyway, next. The Great Stick. Parliament has to finally address, the Parliament is to finally address the foul issue. Alright, sorry, I understand. The Parliament is to finally address the foul issue. After a great many years, Parliament has at long last resolved to relieve the citizens of London of the horrifying stench that carries the slightest breeze and lingers in the nostrils of every man, woman, and child. A great sewer wheel system is to be built underfoot that will divert fecal matter and the like away from the river. Theatre news. Was the Beau Masqué to blame for the Great Blaze? The fire that engulfed the popular theatre continues to draw attention with reports that Her Majesty Queen Victoria herself is to the Royal Italian Opera to inspect the site and offer words of condolences to the theatre's owner, Mr. Frederick Guy. The theatre had been under lease to famed magician Don Henry Anderson, and there is some speculation that the blame for this fire lies squarely with him for his assistance on holding his Beau Masqué trick there. Quintus man tries to play the trick on him, causing the city a great center for the arts.
The investigation into the true cause is expected to continue into next month, if not beyond, according to our sources. Finally, Krakatoa eruption. The rest of it is unreadable, but frankly, that is all that matters. So, let's look at this. Mad Sheep Rampage. The Great Sheep Panic occurred in Oxfordshire in 1888. Darwin, Copley, Medal. Charles Darwin received the Copley Medal for the Royal Society of London in 1864. The Great Stink occurred in 1858, mostly in July and August. The Copley Award was in November. Krakatoa eruption was in 1883. I don't even need to look at that. And then it's the Royal Italian Opera Fire. The Royal Italian Opera Fire. The last time it burned down was in 1856, on the 5th of March, 1856. The London sewer system was started immediately in 1858 and was continued. Was built mostly between 1859 and 1865. So, at best, we can identify ourselves as being anywhere between 1860. We could say that the year the game takes place in is at anywhere between 1868 and 1898. With special note to 1874, 1890 and 1893 as well. Welcome to the late 1800s, not the early 1800s, the late 1800s. All of them at the same time. This, yeah, it is this is my favorite single thing in the game. This is just my favorite single thing in the game. Because, yeah, what's not to love? What's not to love about it? Oh, we did get the whole... I thought we had the whole thing to examine. Whoops, that was my bad. Oops. Oh well, that doesn't solve that you can't read this. Or this, on the overlay. But yeah. Right, this suggests that this was written before. You know, this takes in 1858 or 1859. 1860s, 1883, you know. I think this is 1863 too, because it's in 53 that it burns down. Sheep Panic, yes, chat. Sheep Panic in the chat. Please let us get as sheeps in the chat for the Mad Sheep Rampage. Unexplained phenomenon grips Oxfordshire region. The point is, right, all of these are real historical events that all took place within the Victorian period. And so all of these are just kind of get got. All of these just get got. Because this game richly layers Victorianism, right? This game just needs to be set in the Victorian period, and so kind of counteracts and grounds the steampunk of the entire game, right? I think this is actually really important. I think I'm onto something here. Let me just run with this thought for a minute. So, I think this may be a way to counteract the steampunk, because obviously Enoch Drebber is going to go full crazy and build his steampunk gadgetry stuff. But you counterbalance that clearly modern stuff by just layering historical references. It's just for fun, right? You just write it to be fun, but also it has this important grounding moment that sucks everything back into the historical period and into a very loose understanding of the historical period, but simultaneously both grounds and enables the steampunk to seamlessly float over the top of the whole thing without totally shattering the immersion. And that's pretty cool. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I've reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here. Very puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Syed. There has to be some reason for that which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Syed and Drebber were in on this crime together.
Hold it!
I don't think there's actually anything here. And that rumor would be a 10-year-old tale by now, when I no longer know where to ever forget. Oh, right. I know just what you're talking about, I think. Of course, it couldn't be anything else. Yes, that story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Norgate Cemetery, behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him, but an instant later he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. The corpse? He's a gravedigger. The corpse climbed out of his own grave? And then somebody shot him? Who was it? Nobody knows even today. But remember, it was just a rumor, perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. This is why I was in every newspaper across the capital. But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? Okay, the special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. But well afterwards, the contents of the article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madame, might I say something? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, that doesn't necessarily mean it's entirely made up. But often, rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? Or it is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Norgate Cemetery, until the criminal known as the Professor was killed by anger, took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead. We'll see it soon, Kozak. We'll see it soon. Certainly prove that the condemned man suffered the intended fate. Surely that's illegal, isn't it? Now it seems the proprietor of the repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is the raison d'etre of the Two Spells Museum. But if the man was convicted in a close court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present knew the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind the mask is hidden the true face of the professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will, as will your entire museum if you don't tread that very carefully, madame. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So, 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse? Wow, I'm just fucking up all the voices. Wow, Vesey said that totally, we promise. Oui, exactement.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you know. You see, his muscles were relaxing, and so consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible flaw. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because of the rigor mortis. Rigor mortis? It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles of the body begin to stiffen. Approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when the body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours of death and starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open and it is very difficult to do my work. Ugh, it's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us? Would you mind inducting it on your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the answer in this room has become extremely grave. This is no time for jokes, Mr. Sato. Yes, sir. Is there a time on this? I can confirm that midnight.
Objection!
Alright. How did the dead murderer come to be buried in a fancy setting like, Lowgate 7, rather than an unmarked grave on prison grounds? My suspicion is that the professor was a society figure whose family insists on burial on consecrated ground. Sort of. Also, though, in the lore of this game, Lowgate Cemetery is attached to this prison. It is directly behind the prison, so it is technically, I believe there is a Highgate Cemetery that is different. This is just coincidentally. This is Lowgate. The other one that's not Highgate. Madam Tuspels, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And? Is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and the particular detail in the report completely contradict each other. What? Are you going to explain yourself, my Japanese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating her wax impression just before dawn. At that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis 2 to 3 hours after death. The master was nimp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Sai's report, it clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in. Wait, yes, you're right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong. No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! Order! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck! Extraordinary! Not here, Maida. My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did, of course he did. I moved the man's... The name dropped from my eyes, there was no... Yes, the professor died that night. What if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? Wait, what exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link. Not just Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Or is it just... Is it just the newspaper here? Is it just the newspaper? Just say, yeah, it happened exactly as expected.
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. A secret criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor assumed dead, following his execution, emerged from his grave, and was killed again. Don't be a fool, that's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes, indeed. Marie, the young man who stood into the cemetery by chance that night. Of course there was a witness, the story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. In any case, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him. On the contrary, my lord, we all know the witness well. What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question, though you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say he's right here before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber? The previous witness. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork. Recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Order! Surely not, counsel. Drebber was there, in Logate Cemetery. What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tussauds doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame. To your situation as well, in fact. Your situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetuated by the very same man. No! But that would mean... Madame Tussauds. It would appear you know the name. Enoch Drebber. Wait, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Good gracious. Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes. Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. It is a particular in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court. Do you think that his full name was only publicized in that article? Goodness me. Yes, here it is. The university has spared the shocking development with Mr. Enoch Trevor, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of his student dorms. Unbelievable. When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. I discovered he was a condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night. Would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Trevor in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you? I've talked him all. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. Since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. Family Circus is an unfunding accomplished by the syndication for 62 years. Good lord. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who'd been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote. That was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork build is a poor match for the victim and his face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Saib, would have noticed immediately. And yet she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Science put a name to a document confirming the death of a convicted criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. My lord, the court must summon Dr. Science to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Science is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? She told us so herself, didn't she? More than Zeke's won't be something we as witness, though Strongheart has forbidden it. More Strongheart? The Pandora's box you are warned about is the Professor case, but please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of it. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago, and surely nobody will want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. But Lord Van Zeeks, missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office. The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Whee! Blackmail! Very well, I uphold your request. Bailiff, send us a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The one is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe, If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Van Zieks does whatever he wants. And we are now in the last part. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Side. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zieks. You completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, no matter whom it concerns or disgruntled, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Chat. Is it based Van Zieks? Is it time for based Van Zieks hours? Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Saib, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. The model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the grave at that time 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction but reality, it'll make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Siles. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth about what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. Where was this year, you sorry? Was the reservist actually get you with one of those about? Surely she's not going to claim that's really my soft special after all these years. It was Richard Taylor Universal alone, wasn't he? But you clever as good if you ask me. Yeah. What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are 10 years later and suddenly my story matters. And in the court of law too. He's got the Sephiroth do. He's got the Sephiroth do, chat. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. So, Mr. Brett, your testimony please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say? Yes, the illustration of that newspaper was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I've realized I never actually saw the Professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. But I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. And it was all because of that newspaper article. Wait a minute, you're claiming you did actually see the Professor now? Of course, you'd have to have his crew loose if you believed your corpse could come back from the dead. But, so, you're saying this article is not what the paper is printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Saib would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument? Tell me, Witches, you claim to have been in the cemetery for some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? That's right, grave robbing to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so among students at the university it had a reputation of being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you're one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the Repurposers. That is quite beyond the pale. I mean, by divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grades to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah, yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish.
Hold it!
What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the real of Bar. So it's renowned among the students of the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned criminals. For some absurd reason, I was scared at the graveyard at night, as a result only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, otherwise, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night? I don't know. Is there any material evidence? Uh-huh.
Hold it!
Ah, I hit the wrong button again. Ah, boo. Go hiss. Wee. God, I mean, these two are the edgiest. I gotta admit, these two are just incredibly edgy. And it's very funny. Even though I'm doing not a great job. Unfortunately, right, the big problem is that right now I don't think I have the evidence to do this. Because I don't know that this is his. Until I know that.
Hold it!
That young woman being Madame Tussauds, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article and Consa, I found your man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Oh, wait, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, n'est-ce pas? Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madame? His camera. Ah. Oh, yes. I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir? For what end? To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. I had no intention of ever visiting the graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. I still have Monsieur as part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I'm very meticulous about such details, it is the Tuspel's way. It would seem then, this is the very camera Mr. Trevor took with him to locate the cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. And now, what? Bill, I don't. I extremely disagree. I extremely disagree.
Hold it!
I extremely disagree, regardless of what they say. This article, you mean, published in the Daily Circus? Yes. Someone informed the team that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip, but night after night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, one might say. The university's reputation was inextricably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. What do you? I had no idea. And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. You use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrain was just our latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. I wonder if it's because the circumstances have changed somehow. What circumstances? Well, if it missed having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, I suppose a secret in Dr. Supply's head that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Trevor and Dr. Scythe are working together now, then if Trevor were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. That's to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly.
Hold it!
I'm just gonna suppress everything. But moonlighting you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you need only look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. The lantern and spade. But why not want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital? The hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. There is no hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with, though obviously they can't openly express an interest by obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you could imagine, to make surreptitious arrangements with the hospital by some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you're caught, you can expect the gravest of consequences. We students were coupled with the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Harebrain said exactly the same. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you revealed this abhorrent behavior. Well, you wanted to know why I was at Lowgate Cemetery? That's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day.
Hold it!
The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know, I was shaking like a leaf. They didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead? I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly they didn't want to know either. In the end though, it was reporters from the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? Ah. That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. Don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description that he drew this illustration? Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor, as the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters that want to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. Does it seem frustrating that illustration is accurate then? Well... I don't know what to present here. I don't actually know what to present here because I thought it was the camera. I thought it was this. But I thought it had all the details already. I already tried the camera, it didn't do anything. Right, because this proves he was there. I mean, it is his. It is his 10 years ago. And there's staining on it that says that, yeah, he got... It's like something splattered blood over him 10 years ago. Whatever, we'll press this first, I guess. Haven't we already done this? Yeah, okay. We already had done that one. Oh. I mean, we've got the we can definitely do the article here.
Objection!
Okay, it is just the article. Sorry, Mr. Draper, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Young lady's claim. You did see the professor on that night, 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration of this article was drawn based on what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. It said in a close court ruling the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. But even the prison warden wanted to see the man's face, but obviously the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard, an early student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Okay. Well, Mr. Drebber? Calculating. It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. As I've been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. I had it in my head that it seemed such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, only too happy to oblige. Can't believe he's still not going to concede the point?
Hold it!
Fellow Greybrow, what are you hinting at? Well, I was the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that was the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. Claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students will wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly the fellow is using just such a mask to protect his anonymity. What did you say? But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath instilled once more. We might assume that the sexton discovered one of the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Oh, yes, well.
Strange.
I can only assume it was embellishment bolted out later by the reporter.
Excuse me.
Madame Two Spells. Don't take it out of Mr. Sholmes. Oh, no, pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange that Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about? When I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you counted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot? Stop! You might want to watch your tongue.
Objection.
That's threatening a witness. Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madame Two Spells, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot behind him and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, you were very explicit about the details. You must have asked what the figure was wearing, and the blood is spattered over you when he was shot. Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all this up! That will do. Mr. Drebber. Yes? You refute the account just given by Madame Two Spells? I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe? Control yourself, counsel, when I permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this. Wait, this... Very well.
Objection.
What a shame. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed the lens extends forwards on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it.
What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. 10 years old, blood would not be this color, but that's fine. Ah. That's right, it's a rather conspicuous marking on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a splatter of blood. Something that can be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, the test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Two Spells' testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were splattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact you saw the professor that night. But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is always relying on you to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone? Yes, my lord, and clearly it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Take that!
Drebber.exe has... it's Twitch, don't worry about Azalea. It's just Drebber.exe now. The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe? Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? I'd imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor, that'd be an unprecedented thing.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. You point out that the dead cannot come back to life. What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain. But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would take the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. And it's exactly because of these monumental repercussions that Dr. Sepp will consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating of her own free will, she was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Assman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Yeah. Arrive. Some of my favorite tracks are still to come. Also, hello, Boot. Lord Van Zeeks! Pray forgive my freshly filled hollow chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, Scotland Yard cover-up, conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot at the death, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. Have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Considered what? Do you realize what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. I would imagine any sum of money being offered to research could warrant it. Reliance on staged deception with socials at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Assman at all, forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny. The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? There is the contract, that's very true. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats that could force the hand of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme, especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Assman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Assman. Why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? Having to dodge the thing. How would you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Don't worry, who exactly was Mr. Assman to Drebber? There's a connection that no one's seen yet. I'm going to have to present two pieces of evidence to show what it is. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. We'll start with this. It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That rebel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Assman dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you'll present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence which is cross-referenced with the newspaper article establishes a motive for the deed. It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Assman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. O.D. Assman. Seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us has missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract?
Take that!
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is the signature. A signature. The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? Aha! As the court has heard, the illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawings. And if you look at the contract there, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Assman's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical! In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago and was the victim of this case, Mr. O.D. Assman.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Assman? Well, if you think back, remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. Good grave robbing, you say? Yes, receiving fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. But that is quite beyond the pale. You're right on the... Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad race to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I got my dream of scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. Blah 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 blah. At the time, he was a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Assman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Assman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually you find yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. All because of that article written by Mr. Assman. Enough! Stop this endless drivel about my life! What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it's true, I had to leave the university as a result of that article. It was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research, but struggled on with their hypotheses anyways. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you know your ideas will be stolen and patented by some wretch or other after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened. Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say, but your words don't ring true at all. How dare you! And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead, show it. What could possibly have to prove the idea that I was happy to leave the university because I lacked talent?
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Counsel? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious. Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Miss Asma was, but dawning you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life. It's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is, finally he's going to fold. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that I kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No. Good lord! Dr. Saib, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. To that day. When I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor, again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Saib, you will go along with my plan, from someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note, every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said, made the necessary alterations to the scene, and fabricate the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice, it had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Well, we're done now, chat, right? Right? Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I've done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I am finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing. At all. Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way to prove I did anything wrong. No! Order! Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secrets, so I went along with his plan. I'm not been Zeeks. Yes? I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum for which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Herbrand. Hey, wait, remember who the defendant was? In an Ace Attorney game? Very true. It just slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Saib has made to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean? At the present time, it is the conclusion of the court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Miss Naruhodo. You've proven Professor Herbrand's innocence. Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution and defense have any other matters to discuss. I don't know, this doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Saib suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, this is wait for the trial set to end now. The judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. Was that really what we want? the defense should be pushing for now is...
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon. Don't do this, but do this. We demand one final testimony. What? You realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume? What are you playing at now, my good peace friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Well, yeah, that's because we're an ace attorney protagonist. We are not in our right minds. Miss Leonardo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and the way to bring it out into the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let that out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog to a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter whatever may come to pass. I'm sure Mr. Sean's knew. I must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of this case till every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Saib. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. In case you've escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. Stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination. Yeah! Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle. I slipped. That's what you call it? What is your objection, or what's yours? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid! If there is more to this case that is yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You... what? Lord Van Zeux. It is most irregular to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Saib, you will testify at the court explain the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Very well. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state level of the highest secret. I had to protect it. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You do well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. What about this autopsy report then? All I did was report the body of the location of the body as being at the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of this deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard did anything about it, I assure you. We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that has most clear to anything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. Can I shake the feeling that something's wrong? Just look at that expression on Dr. Sai's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about your Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? Very well, if you so desire, counsel, proceed with cross-examination. We are so close. We are so close.
Hold it!
Explain in what ways, please. When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this? Yes. The instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that harebrained alone could have killed Aspen. So, you mean this was your doing? I fetched Harebrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and drove it into the man's chest. And then you noticed that in your fake autopsy report, as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word. What is it, Mr. Sutton? Something about Dr. Sai's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe, there's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which part? How you stabbed Master Asman in the chest. That part. Fine, if that's what you want. There's really no need to point. The prosecution concurs. Ha! Look, I'm telling you, based Van Zeeks. Based Van Zeeks. Just trolling. So chat, anyone notice something suspicious? Anyone notice something suspicious?
Objection!
I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. I was also lost on this part. If I didn't know what the answer was already, I would be lost. Like, literally, I looked it up. I have no shame in saying, first time I played this, I looked it up. You just have to big brain. Your brain just has to expand 3 sizes, and you logic it out. Like, this is the most Professor Layton pure logic puzzle that this game ever gets. The polyrhythms, though. What on earth is the matter, Council? Have you lost your tongue? Right. I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in the last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death. Of course, has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing you can learn from it. Yes, we have already considered it, that's true. But now we know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph will we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement?
Take that!
The shape of the bloodstain. Look closely at the bloodstain in the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downwards direction towards the man's feet. Why is that significant, Counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Oh, of course, no, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound was spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in this picture is inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Assman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified the contradiction, there's only one way to explain the fact. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe? You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Trevor as a result of the note you left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you offered a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the blood stain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that's the case, what is it, man? Counsel, please struck upon a revelation. I tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie about the contradiction in her testimony? The answer is very simple, if you consider the sequence of events. If when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downward, as it did, we can be sure the victim must have been sitting or standing upright at the time. As you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us the victim must have been in that position of his own accord. That's impossible, the man was dead, remember? No, that is the misapprehension. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Assman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Mr. Odie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Herbert, nor is it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Trevor. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Order? Could this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Trevor's scheme, the trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now. You're making all this up, as if I would do something like that. I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Just know how to establish the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? I thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Assman? Assman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. There is no known connection to Dr. Scythe. Rather relieved to see it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive, but still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story. No, would you question what possible reason you have wanted to kill Mr. Assman? Something did come to mind. It's the newspaper again. God damn it. What? What's all the counsel? Enlighten the court at once. We saw it yesterday. Something that seems strange, but I had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Assman. It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels. Did you say scalpels? Huh? I feel that was a struck a chord, Doctor. You... Come on, out with it! Tweely Alchemist, thank you for the 50 corgi bits. We appreciate it. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big book here. Oh, it appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team spending, I think. Uh-huh. What is it? It's clear that we did blah blah blah, blah blah blah, blah blah. 500 scalpels every month. 500 scalpels a month? At first, I wonder what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he might have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Stein's darkest secret that would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Darkest secret? Good lord, you mean? Don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you! We've had to keep covered up all these long years. And we're done. And we're done here. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible the court decided will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago you told the truth, and were robbed of your bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness, and your consternation now. But this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I mean really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact they don't have talent, they can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on and on about the wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So, you admit it? You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim? Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Logan Cemetery 10 years ago. It's your account of those events was all true. Then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. You'd have meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Syme to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asman turned up at my workshop. Didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. He happened to have a paper with him, an article on the front page caught my eye, with the coroner who handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. Well, in that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him, for revenge. I thought robbing Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. Your actions against those who ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was a passion for his hypothesis, but you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would forever be branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this, your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. I... Lord Francis, what of Dr. Syme? An immediate warrant for arrest has been granted and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. I presume she'll face trial in the coming days along with Mr. Trevor. A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain... yes! See, there's a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. It has been a long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt. This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This GAA scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy, I've been selfish and self-centered and above all, a fool. Professor? So I've been given nothing but my research. Miss Ganley believes that I can do whatever I set my mind to despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've got others paying in mystery, those who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Trevor. What happened was his doing, and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Lord Von Ziggs. And the derision which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool. Talentless, even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams? That's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Oh. Thank you, Baroque. Oh god, this dude, if you haven't seen... We met her briefly yesterday. We'll meet her next week. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord? Here's the court's expectation that you shall find the defendant not guilty of the charge for which she stands accused. I presume there are no objections? None from me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. Rhetorically and rigorously, I have no misgivings whatsoever. What's that? He's done easy. Is it leather? What's become the gallery these days? Better recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty. Yay! Fireworks indoors! We'll light everything off. Burn the whole place to the ground. Hooray! Court is adjourned. Hooray! Party in the chat, people. Party in the chat. It's over. That was some trial. Professor, was a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is. Congratulations, Professor Harebrain. Mr. Naruto, Miss Susaka, I am truly... Beside myself with gratitude, how could I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. But you realize we're just caught up in a bad situation. Ah, right now, you know, I have that research grant money. Ah, I give the whole lot to you, every penny. That's very kind, but I'm just a student, so... We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Don't say that. What can I do? Ah! How about this? As a memento, the paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento then. Thank you. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now? Oh my, yes. What am I going to do? My apologies, I'm a grab machine lying in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. Let's explore the great exhibition wisdom here too, and see if any new inspiration hits me. Well, Stefan, your wish is my command. Before things take a turn for the dramatically darker, a Marginalia moment, if you please. If you are just watching this or joining us now, all of our emotes are full-on art from around the world, mostly from pre-modern medieval manuscripts. That's the whole vibe of the channel, that's what we do. And as a follower, you get access to 5 wonderful emotes and another 14 if you subscribe to the channel. So do make sure that if you have not done that yet, do consider it. You have Prime subscriptions, and if you can spare them to send my way, it is immensely, immensely appreciated. But we are now partying the riots in the street to celebrate our eminent victory, and I'm sure nothing bad will happen in the last seconds of this stream. Totally not. What are you talking about? Not at all. I can't allow that. Lord Van Zieks, what are you doing in here? Baroque! I'm sorry, you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You're like a great demon behind your bench that is gnawing down on your prey. You are one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anyone else to handle the prosecution or the defense. Sorry? Well, the defense? Did I just hear that right? I always knew you had my best interests at heart, don't worry. Ah, how about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university, we have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. But no, hold on a minute, Baroque. What about the great exhibition? There's a chance of a lifetime for me. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Baroque. Lord Van Zieks? What's all this about? A necessary precaution. Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zieks' office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time, and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as a prosecutor. You mean, the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sight meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now. But of course, we know that Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. True, and perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. But Baroque, like the mustache Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Right. Does your friendship package get any say in it? Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zieks? In court, when people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet... sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Oh, yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Hagrid. Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Now, my Japanese friend. Oh, yes? I thought you was gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Well, that was strange. For some reason I didn't have the sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. You should have the sense of impending doom, Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke, the enigma Baron von Zix. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer waits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. Chat. Fully animated cutscenes soon. So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice. Oh, yes, I think so. I'm relieved at least that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now, I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? The Professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then, too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. No, it was 16 years ago that one of them could have been my father. Of course, I remember Dr. Makoto well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese. So, you've actually met my father? He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. In the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zieks, truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway, so he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? There was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think? Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. Well, chat! It's being concluded. It actually pushes us a few years later. Pushes us into the period circa 1902-1903. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Because the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation, as mentioned at the very first trial of the very first game, was concluded in 1894. And if that was being concluded a decade ago, we were in the negotiation phases probably 2 years prior, 1892 let's say. Suddenly we are in 1902. Which actually narrows the time period down quite remarkably. I had to what year is it? which is why this particular closed appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well have ended up at war. What? A war between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my, you mean that to say that the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
For this dude, while I'm not going to pretend I do his voice amazingly, I like to think I did his voice okay.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Ah yes, we are in engine, so the little lad is there.
That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Father.
What? Father?
Kazuma!
Yes, fucking way, Chad!
Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned. As he stood there before me, Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma. The great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last.
Father. Are you saying... Surely not. You mean... You knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But... I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about. But now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
So he's the living afterimage of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there, some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeek's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia too? The man was apprehended, even executed, but his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. "10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Susato-san, all this is tied up with painful memories for her, too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it. Oh, by the way, Chad, the narrative payoff in the next 2 cases for everything that just happened is incredibly good. All the questions you have do have answers. But just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London. That the friend had left behind a son, a boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, the young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time, as if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
And that ends the return of the great departed soul. What that means, chat, the last 2 cases of this are one case. Episode 4 and final chapter are the same story. This is, in my opinion, a Ace Attorney final story on par with Bridge to Turnabout. If you're an Ace Attorney fan, you know what this means. Things are gonna get tough. The goal next week, I don't remember how, I need to check how many parts of this. But if I can swing it, the goal is that next week we do all of Case 4. And the week after we do all of Case 5. We'll see how that goes for us. If we need to schedule a third one there, I'll make it happen. But, yeah. You think things are crazy right now? Things are gonna go bonkers. The investigation is so long, right? But we're only doing investigation is the thing. So, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I can't start earlier. I don't get off work. I don't get off work early enough. I literally can't start earlier. We're just going to be going. So, it will be what it will be. But, if you enjoyed this, big thanks to our patrons who made this possible. If you want to support the channel as well, you can head over to patreon.com/ludohistory and support us over there for as little as $2 a month. It is far and away the best way to make sure the money is going to me instead of to Jeff Bezos. So, you know, if you want to do that, it is always greatly appreciated. Next stream is tomorrow. Chat, big thing. Next stream is tomorrow. We're going to be starting a half an hour earlier than this. Because it's going to be the Forgotten City finale. There's a Force conflict for our Tuesday slot, so... wait. I'm a moron. We can do a normal Tuesday stream. So, tomorrow we are going to stream Forgotten City with Dr. Richard Cole, as per usual. Tuesday, that means we're going to have a Just Chatting stream, because, duh, that's an open time slot right now, to talk about the Steam Next Fest and all the upcoming games, what we're hoping for, and then, you know, onwards later into the week. So lots of streams coming up. Lots of streams coming up. Lots of fun stuff. So, yeah. I hope you all make time to come join us for that, for all of our other history-related shenanigans. But until tomorrow, ciao.